On your computer, does it show that jobs recording thing to click on? On your computer. Up in the corner, one of the corners. It's saying automatically. No. You need an updated docket over there.
Oh, change.
We took off Smith.
It's the bench.
Oh, down here anyway.
It's just like Miss Gates just zoomed in.
Yes.
Johan, how's you washing up with no soap? Your house is so fucking annoying.
Mr. Taylor,
Yes,
whoever that is in the background, tell them they need to be quiet.
that's not my house. I'm by myself. I don't know whose house that is. I'm alone.
Is that you, Miss Yates? My apologies, Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Is that you, Miss Yates? Miss Yates,
Yeah, yes, I'm able to.
is that you with the potty mouth?
That might have been my apologies. I was talking to my son. My apologies. I don't know. It's not allowing me to start my video.
Guess we're ready on Ms. Yates. As soon as we get an APA.
Alright. We're gonna do PCC today, or along with the arraignment,
We can't do that.
because I just want to set it for a free. Well, no, would you?
And Ms. Drain is here. We're ready on Yates. Good morning, Ms. Drain.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Case number 405-6503-01. People of the state of Michigan versus Diana Yates. Defendant is charged in count 1, weapons carrying concealed, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3, weapons stolen firearm, count 4, domestic violence.
Count 4 is just against the number 1, not against, yeah.
They got it above her.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Band on behalf of Ms. Yates, P 39845.
Ms. Yates, tell us your name for the record.
Tatiana Yates.
Start your video. Start your video, Ms. Yates.
And then
Okay. Tell me your name again.
Tatiana Yates.
And what's your pleasure? Ms. Yates, capious.
Your Honor, we asked that the warrant be recalled.
All right, the court will set aside the outstanding capious, reinstate the original bond. What's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we'd ask that this matter be set for the preliminary examination.
Okay, so. How is April 24th at 10:15?
What was that, Your Honor?
April 24th at 10:15.
10:15?
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Ms. Drain, is that enough time?
It is, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. So, Ms. Yates, your preliminary examination is scheduled for April 24th at 10:15. That's in person in 36th District Court, not on
Okay.
Zoom. Okay?
Yes.
See you then. Bond
Thank you.
continued. Bond reinstated. Ms. Tucker, good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What can I do for you?
I have Don Reynolds.
Bring on your cousin.
Calling case number 2405-659701. For the state of Michigan versus Don Reynolds. Defendant is charged in count one, weapons, firearm, possession by prohibited person. Count two, weapons, felony fire. Count three, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count four, weapons, felony firearm. Count five, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tamika Tucker, PA 5402 on behalf of Don Reynolds.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Tucker?
Your Honor, Mr. Reynolds would like to hold his preliminary examination.
Are you waiving his presence?
Yes.
Court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is April 24th at 10:30?
Can we make it a little later, Your Honor?
11?
That works for me.
April 24th at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, have you talked to an attorney, sir? You have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Have you talked to an attorney?
Yes, I have Vincent Toussaint.
Oh, Mr. Toussaint? Okay.
Yes.
Wait,
Here's Mr. Toussaint. Good morning, Mr. Toussaint.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Doing good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well, Judge. I've been retained on.
Zachary Taylor?
Yes.
Yes.
We're ready on Zachary Taylor.
Calling case number 2405-670801 for the state of Michigan versus Zachary Taylor. Defendant is charged in count one, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count two, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice, mandatory, 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
And Judge, good morning, Mayor, please, this most honorable court, Benson J. Toussaint, P 58609, on behalf of Mr. Zachary Taylor, who appears today by Zoom, consents to having his hearing heard by Zoom today.
Tell us your name for the record, Mr. Taylor.
Zachary Taylor.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Toussaint?
Your Honor, at this point in time, we'll set this for a preliminary examination.
House April 24th at 10:30.
April 24th at 10:30. Judge, I'll make that work. If I have any problems, I will contact the court.
All right. April 24th at 10:30, bond will be continued. Thank you.
Judge, ask the bond.
Yes, sir.
My client has a tether and a curfew. I know that he has no criminal history that is assaultive in nature. He has a job. This is with a person who he lived with a number of years. He has not returned to the residence. He will not return to the residence, nor have any contact with her during the pendency of this case. He has no capious history. He has retained counsel. We're requesting that at least the provision for the home confinement be lifted.
So he's on house arrest?
He's on house arrest, Judge.
No provision for him to go to work? Where do you work, sir?
I work for ZS Investments.
How long have you worked there?
6 years.
Ms. Drain?
Your Honor, I am not objecting to a modification of the tether, which would allow Mr. Taylor to be able to go to and from work upon receipt of verification of employment.
So I'm looking at the arraignment form here. It says that a GPS tether 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. He's not on house arrest.
I think Judge, when we have a GPS, we want to know where the individual is, and I think that is sufficient for this court to know that he's not having any contact with the complainant. But to have an individual on house arrest or any type of
House arrest.
Well, any type of eviction, Judge, I would think that you have to have an individual in the house. But I think that's confinement.
No, that's not the same as house arrest, Mr. Toussaint. House arrest is the jail is your house and you're not able to leave it at all. What time do you work, Mr. Taylor?
I've been working midnights lately.
And you work for who?
ZST Investments.
What investment company works at midnight, sir?
I look at properties and work and do home improvement all day.
At night, midnight? I don't think so.
Not midnight. Some nights I work nights. Sometimes I do.
Sound kind of fishy to me, Mr. Toussaint.
Judge, we'll give verification, but it is nighttime, Judge. If this court were just to put it from midnight until 6 a.m., that's fine. But just to have him come in from 9 o'clock to 6 a.m., I just don't think that's.
Who's your supervisor, sir?
Shinetta Coleman.
Phone number?
313-461-1007.
Yes.
Hey, Shelley, could you give me the discovery?
Yep, I'll send it to you today.
All right, thanks, Shelley.
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Toussaint, he's lucky I won't revoke his bond for lying to him. First of all, that's not a supervisor's name he gave me, that was his daughter's name. Secondly, his hours vary from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. What's this midnight stuff? I have no idea.
I think
So he's fortunate that I'll continue his bond and not revoke it at this time. Too early to be lied to in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
trustee. Right, so you're gonna Jackson, Brown, Manuel, Carson. All right, so Jackson. Yeah, everybody here, they had to go back to get Jackson. Oh, was gonna make sense, should have been the first one. Yeah. So forward. Yeah. Yeah. Excuse me, Judge. Yes. Wayne County forgot to bring Jackson, so they had to go back and get him. He's in there. Okay. I'm gonna stay here.
Are you serious? Where did you go? Where did you go? That's a pad. Oh, wow. Yeah, exactly. You told everyone you should have told.
I was gonna tell him what's going on.
What's up?
The prosecutor thought that she's gonna come on Zoom because they can't find the complaints.
Oh, really? Yeah. So it's a dismissal?
Yeah. We got a form, but it should be.
That's confirmed?
Pardon me?
That's confirmed?
Tommy Jackson.
No, so that's confirmed?
That, she'll be on the side of it.
So the county, I can tell the county not to bring them in.
Oh, yeah, well, you probably should wait to see what the judge does.
Okay, and she has to do it today.
Ms. Ripley,
Good morning, Judge.
what are you here for?
Tommy Jackson.
Why aren't you here set for an exam?
Yeah, I know. I've examined at 10, but I know Mr. Gonick was there. I'm over at Frank Murphy. I can run across if you'd like, but I just want to let the court know that we haven't been able to reach any of the witnesses.
Oh,
So that's kind of why. I don't expect
got it.
Joe.
I might as well call it then, right?
I think that's fair, Judge.
Calling case 2357852, people of the state of Michigan versus Tommy Anthony Jackson. Where's Mr. Jackson?
He's in custody on the wages.
All right. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree person, 13 through 15. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree person, 13 through 15. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree, victim 13 through 15. Defendant has a habitual offender, 4th offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Gonick on behalf of the defendant.
All right. Today is the day and time set for preliminary examination. Are people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, our office has tried to reach out to the mother and her child in this case. My officer in charge has also been diligently working to try and find them. This case was signed last July, I think July or June, when it happened. I'm not sure what the holdup was, probably tracking Mr. Jackson back down. But we have not been able to find them since. And so I do not expect there to be anyone to appear today.
Move for dismissal.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. I just need a dismissal order.
May I approach the court?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. And if we do end up finding them, we'll take the appropriate steps.
Oh, I get it.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, right, so it's legible.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I just hope. I know I could tell that I just felt. If there's no excuse. They get excuse. All the time. No, no, yeah, it was. Okay, so yeah, I certainly.
I don't know. It's terrible. Not too well. It's terrible.
Probably understand.
I like this side. I had one Jackson come here. They can just take him back. This case was dismissed. You're not at it. Yeah, I tried to call him, tell him don't break it, but nobody would answer. So that's right. Yep. Hey, how you doing? Sandwich and Judge King. Tommy Jackson, you don't have to bring. This is Judge King's court. Judge King's court. Tommy Jackson, that was written more. We don't have to bring this case was dismissed. Tommy Jackson, it's going to pick one. Trying to call you guys. So, voicemail and it's not this home. 5 minutes. Down. Yeah, 875-512. 875-512. That's the 10th. Oh, that's not so that's not available. Okay. All right.
Are you gonna need us before 11 o'clock? Are you gonna say again now? Are you gonna need us before 11?
Yeah.
Okay. lock the door so nobody walk in on you.
All right. Sure.
Judge King. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
Good. Hey, good morning, how are you? Today's date is the 19th, it's the 16th. I can't ship that off. That was a couple days ago. Kathy knew when she came up here, got that she should have checked it before she walked over. Yes, today is the 19th. No. Yeah, it's the one we usually get. Yeah, we got it.
We got a printer too. You call it, like, give me, your, email address.
Oh, that says send us stuff? I don't think you can do that down there, so we could just put case numbers up, we like cases up, but you can't email us something down here. It's okay, exercise is good, look, we weren't doing nothing, no way, just waiting for them to call these people.
It's just so outdated, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think you can help. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Hey, now how's it going?
How you doing, y'all?
All right, yourself?
Right, all right.
Good. What's up, Neil?
How's it going?
Good, how about yourself?
Mine. So, Ms. Rose, how's it going? Since got a little time. Hey, Judge, my grandkid's birthday was yesterday, man.
Grandkids.
My daughter had twins.
Oh,
Last April.
Congratulations.
And then my son had a son in July, so.
All right, Grandpa.
Yeah.
That's all right. One of these days, I hope you have a grandbaby.
Yeah, I saw your son, he came down, what was it?
Yeah,
He
brought
was down
my
last
dad.
week. Yeah. I saw him when he right before he was coming up to, court. Yeah. Oh, well, trust and believe, you ain't gonna have no, you good, you gonna have a couple of them.
Let's see.
When the time is right, you know. When the time is right.
You just so mean.
You say your son mean?
Yeah, he's mean to people.
That right girl.
You just have to get him straight.
Well, you know, it happens, you know, yeah, he get the right one, he'll switch it up. And guess what, she might be a Michigan Wolverine, that's your daughter-in-law might be a Wolverine, you know
I
that?
thought we was on good time. We'll come in here cussing.
Hey, look, that'll be your daughter-in-law, man, you can't, you know, you have to give her a pass, Judge.
I'm in here cussing. Oh, we was cool.
We cool, man. Hey, what you think about them girls ballers, man? They were balling, man.
Oh, yeah.
I
didn't know that they don't pay nothing.
I think that's gonna change.
It's got to. She can make more in endorsements.
Well, Ice Cube offered her $5 million to go to the big three.
Right. Why would you take 75,000?
But and then too, they're gonna get more in endorsements. But the numbers is not lying as far as the viewership. They doing better than the men's basketball. They had 18 million watching that.
Pro basketball is boring.
They don't play
to the playoffs. They don't play hard.
Yeah, now, I think that playing is kind of exciting because you're really trying to fight to get to make the playoffs.
Right.
But other than that, right, it ain't too much exciting.
Nope.
You know?
It's starting to be a changing of the guard, though. You see that? These young guys, they doing it that.
Yeah. Yeah, they gotta make some decisions.
Steph and them didn't make it.
Time to get rid of Draymond.
Yeah.
Yep. He's a great facilitator, but you ain't doing nothing else but getting assists. You ain't getting no point, you get more assists than points. So, hey, you guys enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, you too, man.
I know you got a light week next week.
This week too.
Well, I mean, I'm just because I know the draft. Are you coming down for you there?
No, the court is closed Thursday.
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, when you just coming down just to be, you know.
No, sir, I'm gonna have the best seat in the house right in front of my television.
I might come through.
Knock yourself out.
Well, I gotta work that night anyway, so it ain't no big deal with me, but. I might slide through there.
So do you work with Shadow?
Well, he's like my boss. You know what I'm saying? He can fire me. Yeah, he can fire me, yeah. No, that's my guy, Shadow. All right, Judge, y'all take care. Just have a good weekend.
Okay, you too.
Yes, sir.
Judge King. Okay.
7, 2, two. That's. Since there can. I was close to both because they both live in the same neighborhood. I don't know if that goes together. Our thing started at 9. Why is it starting so late? So. No, then. That's kind of was it. Trying to.
Judge, on this particular case, they remanded it back to us. They added additional charges.
So don't they have to?
That's what I was gonna ask you, don't they have to give him a rate on those additional charges?
Additional charges.
4 through 11. 20 years ago.
Because it creates problems when I try to write this, but they need additional paperwork and all that kind of stuff. Hello there. All right.
guys. You're
Refresh my memory. You're waiting on bar results, right?
Yes,
Okay.
which could be any day now.
February, March?
Well, that's what they say, but it's usually the end of April or beginning of May.
Okay. Take your thoughts. You got that.
Thank you. Yeah. Wait, are they going? That was just the cases. So I believe the 11th should be going, but are you 100% if they don't?
That's the only one you guys have, right?
Yeah.
This morning.
Yes. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, that 12 o'clock is Erica James's, I believe. Do you still have a 12:30 on your sheet? Because I may have forgiven you. Of course. Yeah. That's us too. Yeah. You don't get the letter. Windy and Florida too.
No, we don't have to dress for all 4 seasons.
Yep.
And then, you know, when you get ready to go out, whatever season it is.
That day.
Just start reducing or putting on more that day. Travel with a suitcase. Extra season time.
You know, sometimes especially this week at work, when I've gotten back to the office or I bought sometimes under my blanket, you know, where with a tank top or anything. I won't take it off, you know, take my jacket off when I'm at work, but sometimes I'm hot, so I'm like, oh, I wish, you know, I had other things. So I definitely need to add to the work wardrobe. Some of my colleagues like keep sweatpants in their office and like just change right into that after forward. Downtown is already crazy.
I know. It's a lot of people out here yesterday.
You can tell they're like touristy when they're like, you know, looking at everything.
Taking pictures.
But there's signs everywhere. I mean, I even noticed when I was watching crossing Gratiot the other day, that they had put brand new mulch down.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good thing for the city. I won't be able to hear that feedback. Are you working for the judge case, or like, do you transfer to different buildings, or you just sound?
Well, if I had to become a floater, yeah, I couldn't do
Is getting assigned a quarterly kind kind of like seniority?
Since the judge picked you.
Oh, okay. Because I saw, I got a worker, so I had to take care of it, and one of the factors in court was that, there has been a court here, you know, here or something that I, recognize, and so I was like, oh, I wonder, so is it technically, is that her original courtroom? I was just, it was.
You look at the dismissal form for Jack.
They already paid.
They came downstairs again?
Yeah. Today. So I just want to make sure that I send it to these three.
Are you on Brown?
Yeah.
Rebecca just said. You got nothing better to do with it. Nothing better to do. Crack that open up.
That's what I feel like it's a special occasion. Today, so.
Try.
Right. Good.
It takes a difference. I really can't. You don't have to say, well, the partner needs to work.
Get that, so.
No, yeah, go. Takes the same. First.
I find this a good deal.
Pack a punch. What? The pack a punch. What time now, Apple?
It was supposed to be a 10-15.
Come over.
It's 6 witnesses, man.
You can come over here and relieve me then.
That's what I've been doing all day. That's why I'm over here tonight. Yeah. How many people have I left with that front door? About 5.
Let's go back to your courtroom, man. All these lies.
Doing this double duty.
Yeah, right.
I need special pay.
Who's on the victims on Brown? There's both people. Is she in the other one?
No, he told me he was in Brown. The father and daughter.
Yeah, no. No, Eric Moses says that 12. But it's 11.
That's what you're
Okay.
Since your Mr. Brown's not coming, or they are coming?
I am expecting them to come. My expectations are not always correct.
Right. Let's have it. Yeah.
know, right?
10:30.
Okay, I know that sometimes they can. Shelley has told me before, but that doesn't mean it's not. It's not.
That's an arraignment, they set that day.
Yeah, you still have ground.
I pretty sure I'm 60. So when I print it out, I'm calling. They know me.
Yes.
What's your name?
Ron Brown.
That's the reality. Yes.
Hey, how you doing? Good, thank
Morning, Your Honor. What? I think so. Just, we could wait a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Sure.
Everybody's here.
Yeah.
You ready, Jeff?
And after.
Brandon Armel Brown. Calling case 2456570, people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Armel Brown. Defendant is charged in count 1, malicious destruction of personal property, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Count 2, aggravated domestic violence. Defendant has an habitual offender fourth defense notice. He also has case 2456569, charged in count 1, assault to intent to do great bodily harm, necessary murder, or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Count 3, malicious destruction of personal property less than $200. Defendant has a habitual offender fourth defense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence. Parents for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madison Oro on behalf of the people requesting permission under MCR 8.20B under the supervision of Mr. Shelley Drake.
And good morning, Your Honor. Veronica Moravsky, 85665 on behalf of Mr. Brandon Brown, who's beside me in the courtroom. Mr. Brown, if you say your name.
Brandon Brown.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are people ready to proceed?
Your Honor, at this point in time, people are not, okay, no, the people are not ready to proceed. Your Honor.
Accordingly, defense would move to dismiss.
So, or the court will dismiss both matters without prejudice.
I'm sending those forms out.
Right this way. Yeah.
That's why I don't. No, then I'll Tina.
You have a good weekend.
All right.
Have
Have a good weekend.
I'm gonna keep y'all busy.
Hey, come in. Yes, sir. Oh, that's Tom. I didn't recognize you, man. What's going on, man?
They asked me if I want to move. Right. Yeah, I know. I mean, this is what she wanted me to do. She wanted me to come to because of me managing. Actually took care of
Come on.
And see, that was one of the days that they said discovery day. Yeah. Sit right there. I can sit right in the living room. Right on your back.
Are we ready on Emmanuel Mannings?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Where's Mr. Mannings?
It's coming up now, Judge.
Okay. And he's here.
Next to your attorney.
Calling case 24-56559, people of the state of Michigan versus Emmanuel Alexander Mannings. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, felony firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P 83973 on behalf of Emmanuel Mannings. Mr. Mannings is here in courtroom.
Tell us your name for the record, sir.
Emmanuel Alexander, Mannings.
There's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
I have one juvenile witness, Your Honor, and for the record, I would like to make a change to the spelling of her last name. The witness is Destiny, last name is Hence, Hence, not S.
All right.
And Your Honor, her father here, his name is Dahomey Hence. He is not on my witness list, nor is he mentioned anywhere in any police reports. He is present, he has asked if he could be present in court.
Absolutely.
Just for the record, we move for sequestration of any other witnesses.
All right. Doesn't appear to be any other persons in the courtroom right now. Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
Thank you. The people called Destiny Hence.
Let's give your name and the spelling of your name for the young lady to see there.
Judge, may I have the
Yes, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. And how old are you? See, please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak to that microphone that will be to your left once you have it. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, or we afternoon? Afternoon. Good afternoon. Can you say your full name nice and loud for the record, please?
Destiny Barbara Hence.
Okay, thank you. And Destiny, how old are you?
15.
Okay. And you know the difference between a truth and a lie, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I told you that I am wearing a big black witch's hat right now, is that the truth or a lie?
A lie.
Okay, if I told you we are in the month of April, is that truth or a lie?
Truth.
Okay, so you understand the importance of telling the truth, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I want to ask you, in the month of May of 2020, where were you living at?
My grandmother's house.
Okay, do you know the address that you were living at?
14515 Cloverdale Street.
Okay, is that in Detroit?
I did swear her in.
Yes. And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, and who was living at that address with you at that time?
My grandmother and my grandfather.
Okay, and what's your grandma and grandpa's name?
My grandmother's name is Barbara Ann Lawson, and my grandfather's name is Ricardo Anton Lawson.
And how long had you been living at that address?
Since I was a baby.
Okay, and did you have any sort of responsibilities at the house as far as chores go?
Wash the dishes and took out the trash.
Okay, I want to talk about taking out the trash, okay? Tell me about that. When would you do that?
Maybe when I was 10 or 11.
Okay, do you remember what day was trash day?
It's on a Thursday.
Okay, so when would you take out the trash can?
On a Wednesday.
Okay, and in the month of May of 2020, did you still have that responsibility of having to take out trash cans?
Yes.
Okay, and did something happen in that month and that year that brings you here to court today?
Yeah.
Okay, and what happened?
I was raped by my neighbor.
Okay, do you know the neighbor that you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know him? What do you know him by? Emmanuel. And do you see Emmanuel in the courtroom today? Yes. Okay, can you please identify him by pointing and saying something that he's wearing, the color? Green shirt. Judge, I ask for in-court identification, Mr. Mannix, at this time.
So noted.
And prior to this time, did you have any conversations with Mr. Mannix? No. No, okay, and you knew him as Emmanuel, right, not Mr. Mannix? Just Emmanuel. Emmanuel, okay. So in May, something happened with Emmanuel? Yes. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I was raped. Okay, so what time of day was this? About 9 o'clock. Okay, at night or morning? At night. Okay. Was it dark or light out? Dark. Okay, what, if anything, were you doing at the time? What were you doing at the time? Taking out the trash. Okay, and where did you take that trash to? The front of the house. Okay, and you put it on a curb or somewhere else? On a curb. Okay, and what do you remember seeing, if anything? The first thing you remember seeing? I saw him at the door of his house. Okay, and in relation to where you were, where is his house at, Emmanuel's house? Across the street to the right. Okay, and did you see Emmanuel when you took the can out? Yes. Okay, he was on the porch, you said? Yes. Okay, did you hear him say anything? No. Okay, but you saw him? Yes. Okay, and what, if anything, did you do next? Turned around to go back to the house. Okay, and what happened? Halfway up the driveway, he grabbed my shoulder, my elbow. Okay, do you remember what arm was grabbed first? No. Okay, and when you say he, who are you talking about? Emmanuel. Okay, did you actually see his face at some point? Yes. Okay, and how was he grabbing you on the elbow? Was it hard, soft, or something else? Hard. Okay, and did he say anything to you? He had pulled out a gun and he pointed it at me and he said that at my head, he said that if I said anything, he'd shoot me. Okay. Now, are there street lights outside? Yes. Okay, so can you see pretty clearly or no? A little bit. Okay, but were you able to see this individual's face? Yes. Okay, and you're certain it was Emmanuel? Yes. Okay, now, when is the first time that you see the gun? Is it touching you at some point or do you see it before it touches you? I saw it after. Okay, and what did it look like? I don't know. Was it a little gun, medium gun, big gun? Yeah. And was that gun actually touching any part of your body? No, stuff the side of my head. Okay, and you gestured earlier, was that to the right side of your head? Yes. Okay, and what were you feeling at that time? Scared. Okay, why were you feeling scared? Scared. Because I didn't know what he was going to do. Okay. And when he first grabs you by that elbow, where are you standing on your grandma's property? Are you on grass? Are you on driveway or something? On a driveway. Okay. And how far into the driveway were you when you first got grabbed? Halfway. Okay. And is this a house or an apartment in your grandma's? A house. House. Okay. And what happens next? He takes me to a bush by the steps leading to the house. So your grandma's house has how many steps to lead up to the front door? About 5. Okay, and where is that bush in relation to the steps that you're talking about? There's 2, one on the left, one on the right, but he took me to one on the left. Okay, and how big are the bushes? This. So from the top of Judge's screen right there? Yes. Okay. Judge, I would estimate that that's maybe 6.5 feet from the ground.
Close.
So is there a bush that size on either side of the staircase? Yes. Okay, how far is the bush from the staircase? Okay. So once you get to that bush, what if anything happens? He lies me down on the ground. Okay. When you say he lies you down, how does he do that? He tells me to sit down on the brick. Okay. And okay, so where are the bricks at? Did he tell you to sit on the stairs or on the ground? The ground. Okay, and what's on the ground? There's a couple of beaches and bases and some bricks. Okay. And do you get on the ground? Yes. Do you sit down, lay down, or something else? I lay down. Okay. Why did you lay down? Okay. What if anything happens next? He takes my pajama pants off. Do you remember what kind of pajama pants you were wearing?
I was wearing pink pajama pants and race car t-shirt.
Okay. And you indicated your pants came off at some point?
Yes.
Okay, who took them off? Okay, was it with one hand or two?
Two.
Okay. While this is happening, this gun that you talked about before, where is it?
It's on the ground next to my left leg.
Okay, do you see it at that point?
Yes.
And once you're on the ground, where does the manual go, if anywhere?
It's in front of me and it's not facing me.
Does he do anything?
He pulls down the zipper.
Okay. And did you actually see him pull a zipper down, or did you notice it some other way?
I heard it.
And what happened next?
He pulled out his games.
Silly question, okay, what is a penis used for?
Game.
And what, if anything, happens next?
He put it inside me.
Okay. Your pajama pants, are you wearing anything under your pajama pants?
No.
Okay, so does he take the pants off completely from you, or are they just pulled down?
They took it off all the way.
Okay, and are they off your body, like away from you?
Yes.
Okay, and what does he do?
He put his penis inside of my vagina.
Okay, now your vagina, what do you use that for? And how long did that last?
Maybe about 40 minutes.
Okay, now the whole time, are you on your back on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, the whole time, where's the manual? Does he change positions at all, or does he stay still?
He used to move it back and forth.
Okay, and do you feel that movement on your body at all?
Yes.
Okay, and what made it stop?
My grandmother called, well, she's a Destiny Warrior.
Okay, at some point, do you see your grandma or just hear her?
I hear her.
Okay, and what happens then? What does the manual do, if anything?
He runs back to his house.
Okay, did he walk or actually run?
Run.
Okay, and what did you do next?
I put my gas tank on and I went inside the house to take a shower.
Okay, why did you take a shower? Who was the first person that you told that this had happened to?
My grandmother.
When did you tell her?
About a month ago.
So this happened back in May of 2020, is that accurate? This incident with the manual?
Yes.
Okay, why did you wait so long to disclose?
Because I didn't want to believe that it happened.
So what happened in April of 2024 that made you want to tell grandma at that time?
She was telling me how she had got molested by her grandfather and I opened up.
Okay. So at that point, you disclosed to grandma what had happened to you?
Yes.
And everything you told me today is the truth, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, people have no further questions, Judge.
Cross examine.
Governor, may I enter your Zoom? I may use something just for demonstrative purposes. Not to explain. Ms. Hens, I have some questions for you as well, okay? If any of my questions are confusing or you don't understand them, just let me know and I'll try to ask it in a better way, okay?
Okay.
You said you live at 14595 Cloverdale, right?
Yes.
And that you've lived there your entire life?
Yes.
And then at the time of May 2020, it was just you, your grandmother, and your grandmother that lived there, right?
Yes.
Are you 15 years old today?
Yes.
When you reported this incident, to your grandmother, you were 14, is that right?
Yes.
You just had a birthday in April, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you said this happened, May 2020, you were 11?
Yes.
back when this happened, you went to Advanced Technical Academy, right, for school?
Yes,
You don't go there anymore, right?
I still do it.
Oh, you do go there, okay. Now, thinking back to when you were 10 or 11, did you ever play outside?
Yes.
In the front yard?
No, in the back.
In the backyard, okay. Did you have any friends up and down the street at all?
No.
Okay, so it's just you in the backyard of your grandmother's house?
Yes.
Okay. So you weren't like out on the street in the front of the house?
No.
You take the bus to school or did somebody drive you?
I usually with my mother.
Okay. So you didn't walk?
No.
Now, you said that this happened on a Wednesday
Yes.
and that you were taking out the trash.
Yes.
You said it was about 9 o'clock in the evening?
Yes.
This is something that you did every week
Yes.
at that time?
Yes.
So when you take out the trash, just so that I kind of have an understanding of process, you walk out the back door of your house?
Yes.
And that's where the trash can is, by the garage?
Yes.
And then you take that trash can down the driveway
Yes.
and you leave it at the curb?
Yes.
Okay. And then you turn around and you walk back to the backyard?
Yes.
And that's where is there a side door or back door?
There's back door.
Like it faces behind the house?
Yeah. Yes.
So if you're walking out the back door, you're actually stepping out towards the garage, fair to say? Or towards the backyard, not onto the driveway? So if you're walking out the back door of your house, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at the neighbor's house.
Behind you?
No, next to.
To the left of your house?
Yes.
Okay. But you can't see the front yard from that back door, fair to say? You still take out the trash?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Manning's lived in a house across the street in Overland.
Yes.
Back in 2011, right? I'm sorry, 2020, when you were 11.
Yes.
And he's lived there for a very long time.
Yes.
As long as you can remember?
Yes.
But you didn't know him, right?
No.
You didn't even know what his name was until the police may have told you, or your grandmother told you,
Yeah, I think my grandmother told me.
after you made the report to her?
Yes.
You just knew him as a neighbor? Okay. But you didn't know what his real legal name was?
No.
Okay. You had never had any conversation with him?
No.
He never approached you before?
No.
What was the nickname for him?
His name was Clyde.
Clyde?
Yes.
And he didn't come over to your grandparents' house to socialize?
No.
And they didn't go to his house to socialize?
No.
So if we're gonna talk a little bit about your house, the house that you live in, or you live in, and kind of where it's situated. If we're standing in the street, looking at your house, the driveway is to the left, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I can, Your Honor, I'm just gonna see if I can pull up try and show it to this. Thanks. If this kind of direct your attention up to the screen a second. Is that the house that's in the center there, that's your neighbor's house, is that right?
Yes.
Does that look accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And to the right of that house, the grayish house with big bushes is your house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so that driveway in between is the driveway that you're using to take out the trash?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the actual steps, I think, are kind of obscured by the picture of the judge in the corner there, but that's where the steps are between those two big bushes, is that
correct?
Yes.
And they're wooden steps, right?
Yes.
Very narrow,
Yes.
maybe like 2 feet across at that.
No, they're
Is,
this wide.
so like, is the door,
Yes.
I'd say maybe 2, maybe a little bit more than 2 feet, that. Right, to everybody else. Indicating the length of the door to the, in this chair, 2.5.
Okay.
And so you can see on each side of those steps, there's a huge bush, right? Is that almost like 6.5 feet tall? And they go all the way to the ground, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those bushes were there in 2020?
Yes.
And they looked like that in 2020, or give or take?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's kind of hard to see. But you mentioned that there's like bricks, and I think to the, just to the left of where the judge's picture is, you can see like landscape pavers or bricks, and those kind of go around where the bush is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's just dirt underneath that?
Yes.
Okay. You said it was about 9 o'clock at night when this happened?
Yes.
And your testimony was that it was dark at night, dark outside?
Yes.
You said there was a street light?
Yes.
Where is the street light? It's not right in front of your house, correct?
No.
And it's not right in front of the neighbor's house?
No.
Is it down, as we're looking at your house here, is it down to the right or down to the left?
There's one on both sides.
Okay, there's a vacant lot next to you, correct? On the right-hand side of your house?
It's on 21st.
Yes, okay. And there wasn't a street light there, correct?
No.
So it's further down?
Yes.
Another lot down or 2 houses down, would you say?
At the end of the street.
At the end of the street? Okay. And that'll be the closest street light?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your testimony today is that when you were walking down the driveway with the trash can, you saw Mr. Manning's across the street.
Yes.
Where was he?
On his porch.
On his porch. Was he standing, sitting?
I think he was saying.
Was he by himself?
Yes.
Do you remember if you saw people living with Mr. Manning's back then?
His girlfriend was one.
And you didn't acknowledge him when you saw him, correct?
No.
And he didn't say anything to you?
No.
And then you're saying that your testimony was that as you turned to walk back up to the back of your house, he grabbed your elbow
Halfway.
halfway. So were you at the bushes?
No, I was halfway at the drop.
Okay, where to you is halfway?
That wider than
On the right side of your,
on the right side of my house.
so it's past the bush?
Yes.
Okay, so you were already next to your house?
Yes.
Okay. You're saying that he walked from across the street over one house?
Yes.
And approached you when you were next to your house?
Yes.
Okay. When you take the trash out, your back, the door that you exit from or you leave from, is that like, is there 2 doors or just 1 door that you can walk through? Just one. Is it like a screen door?
No.
Can you see through it at all?
Yes.
Okay. Do you leave that door open, closed when you walk out?
Closed.
Okay. Okay, so you said that he grabs your elbow, but you don't remember which side?
No.
Okay. And that he made you turn around and walk back to the front of your house?
Yes.
Okay. When did you notice that he had a gun?
I felt it on the side of my head.
And where were you at that point? Like physically, where were you?
Right next to the door.
Okay. And he held that against you as you walked?
Yes.
Okay, and you walked just around that bush, or where did you go?
Right.
Went through the bush?
Well, under the.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The crevice where the bush is.
You walked behind it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go, how far behind the bush did you go?
In the middle?
Okay, and that's when he said he asked you, or told you to lay down?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know at that point who was there with you?
Yes.
And how did you know?
Because I see his face.
Okay, you remember giving an interview with Kids Talk, right?
Yes.
That was a woman who asked you questions in a room.
Yes.
Okay, and they recorded it. Yeah, you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you this question too, right?
Yes.
And do you remember what you said to her? If you don't, it's okay.
No.
Okay. It wasn't that you recognized his face though, fair to say? You remember saying something to her about recognizing his voice, only his voice?
I don't know.
No, okay.
No.
So he said he had you lay directly on the ground,
Yes.
on the dirt?
Yes.
Okay, there were sticks on the ground?
Yes.
Was the ground wet?
No.
No. Was this in early May or was this later in May?
Later.
Later, okay, like past halfway through the month?
Yes.
Okay. You said you were laying down on your back, right?
Yes.
And how did you say Mr. Manning's was positioned?
On his knees.
Okay. And this afternoon, you're telling us that he put the gun on the ground. Is that your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, during the interview being asked that question? During the Kids Talk interview?
What?
During the Kids Talk interview, do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
And do you remember telling the interviewer something about holster?
Yes.
But your testimony this morning, or this afternoon is different, right?
Yes.
And then you say that Mr. Manning pulled down your pants.
Yes.
And then he penetrated you.
Yes.
How long did that last?
Couple minutes, maybe.
A couple of minutes, like 2 minutes or 5 minutes?
2 minutes.
Is it painful?
Yes.
Did you cry out?
I was crying, but not like out loud.
You have tears?
Yes.
You said that it ended when your grandmother called for you?
Yes.
Okay. This is the first time you told anybody about that, right?
Yes.
And so what did Mr. Manning's do then when your grandmother called out?
He ran to his house.
With his pants up?
Yes.
Okay, so he got up?
Well, he had his zipper up.
Okay, so his pants never came off?
No.
Okay. So he was wearing jeans?
I think the pants were black, but I didn't do jeans in them.
They were pants with a zipper?
Yes.
Okay. So he ran across the street, and what did you do?
I put my pajama pants back on and I went to the house.
Did you have shoes on?
Yes.
What kind of shoes?
They were black Skechers.
Like sneakers?
Skechers.
Right, but are they like lace-up shoes, or are they slides, like you slide your foot on, or
They're sliding.
like flip-flops kind of?
No. They regular gym shoes, but they didn't have shoelace.
Okay, did those ever come off?
No.
No, you pulled your pants off over your shoes?
Yes.
Okay. And so was your grandmother waiting at the door when you walked in?
Yes.
She didn't say anything to you?
She asked me, what feelings you want.
And what did you say?
I said that also.
Was this your crying?
No.
I think you said you were wearing red pajama pants?
Pink.
Pink, sorry. And you were wearing a race shirt?
Yes.
And t-shirt. Was there dirt on the back of that shirt?
Yes.
Yes. And the pants too?
Yes.
Grandmother didn't ask about that?
No.
You still have those pajama pants, right?
Yes.
You still wear them?
No.
No.
Wait, no, I don't.
No. That was recently that you stopped wearing them, right?
I'm not checking the relevance, Judge.
What's the bill?
There goes to credibility.
Sorry?
It's going to credibility.
What's his name?
And you said, the man was wearing pants with a zipper. How tall was the man that did this?
I don't know that.
Don't remember. Taller than you?
At the time, yes.
Okay. By a lot or by a little?
By a little.
Like 2 inches?
Yes.
How tall were you when you were 11?
It was 5'5".
And what did the man's hair look like? Frizzy? Like a afro or?
Like mine, but it was.
Okay. And was the man light skinned or lighter or darker skinned than you?
Dark.
And you said you've lived with your grandmother your whole life?
Yes.
She takes care of you?
Yes.
You love her, right?
Yes.
You trust her?
Yes.
You didn't tell her anything about this the night that it supposedly happened?
No.
You didn't tell her the next morning? You didn't say anything for 3 years? Now, you've left the house in the last 3 years, right?
Left the house.
Like you have left your house, right? Gone places?
Yes.
And Mr. Manning has lived across the street these 3 years?
Yes.
You said that you decided to tell your grandmother now because she was talking to you about an experience that she had
Yes.
about being molested.
Yes.
Did she ask you, after she told you that story, if anything like that had ever happened to you?
No.
No, you just volunteered that information to her?
Yes.
Okay. And you initially told your grandmother that you had had a dream that the neighbor assaulted you,
Yes.
right? When did you make that statement to her?
I don't remember exactly.
Before she told you about her story about being molested? Was it before that?
Yes.
Okay. And then after she tells you her story, is that when you say, Grandma, the story I told you about the dream was actually real?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much time had passed between those two moments?
No.
Was it more than a week?
Yes.
More than a month?
Yes.
When you did tell your grandmother, did she ask you a lot of questions?
A lot of questions.
About what happened?
Yeah, I think when.
And you don't have to tell me what she said, just, did she ask you a lot of questions? Did she ask you questions about the allegation that you're making?
Yes.
Yes. What was her emotional response?
She was crying.
She was upset. Is she the only person in your family that you've talked to about this?
Yes.
Just a second.
thank you.
Can you redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Destiny, when you first noticed Emmanuel, did you hear him or see him first?
I saw him.
Okay, and what part of him did you see?
I saw his, upper body.
Okay, did you see his head?
Yes.
Did you see his face?
Yes.
Okay, besides that street light that you talked about, was there any other source of light in the area?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Porch lights.
Okay, what porch?
Is in my,
Okay, and you could clearly see his face, is that correct?
not clearly.
Okay, but did you recognize it as being him?
Yes.
How?
By his hair, what he was wearing, how he was built.
Okay, and when you are on the ground behind that bush, was it the bush that we saw closest to the driveway, that giant one?
Yes.
Okay, that looks more than 6.5 feet tall, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated that you were grabbed around the elbow?
Yes.
Okay, now, as you're walking, is he pushing you or are you walking ahead of him or behind him?
He's with.
And when you get to the bushes, do you see him again at any point in time?
He gives it.
Okay, do you see his face at all?
Yes.
Okay, when are you observing his face?
By the bush.
Okay, and those light sources that we talked about, is that helping you see his face or no?
Yes.
Okay, and you identified it as being Emmanuel, correct?
Yes.
Okay, could it have been anybody else?
No.
And you indicated you were 11 years old at the time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know if Emmanuel was over the age of 18 at that time?
Yes.
Let's talk about this holster. Where did you see a holster at?
On the field.
Okay, and when did you see that?
When he was, underneath his.
Okay, at any point in time, that gun that you talked about, did you see it in the holster or no?
No.
Okay, at any point in time after this happened, did you see what he did with the gun?
He put it in his holster.
Okay, but the first time that you observed the gun was when?
He set it down to, his hands.
Okay. Did you see it at any point in time before you even got behind that bush? Okay, how did you know that it was a gun?
I felt it on my, side of my head.
Okay, and you felt that when you were in the driveway still walking?
Yes.
Enough of the questions.
You were just testifying about these light sources, and you said one of them was the porch light at Mr. Manning's house?
Yes.
And that is, again, it's across the street and over our house, correct?
I was over the door.
Right, but his house is across the street, correct? And it's not even directly across the street from you, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that the other porch light that was on was your own porch light?
Yes.
And it's up on the porch, right?
Yes.
So you go up the steps, there's a porch light over that door?
Yes.
Fair to say that it's on the other side of the bush from where you are, right?
Yes.
That massive, over 6.5 foot tall bush. Okay. Can't see that porch light even from the street, because of the bushes. Is that fair to say?
No.
No, you can?
Yes.
Okay. But from the other side of the bush?
No. Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I cleared up that last answer, it was a no yes. If you're positioned behind that bush, like you said,
Yes.
can you see any source of light around you?
Yes.
What, from where?
I can see it from above.
Is that above the porch light that you're talking about? Or is it the street light?
Under the bush.
Okay, so when you're under the bush, are you able to see at all?
Yes.
Okay, do you know where, from what light source you're able to see?
The bush.
Thank you.
Thank you, you may step down.
The people resting down.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No witnesses, sir.
People?
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged, Ms. Destiny. Ms. Destiny testified that when she was approximately 11 years old in May of 2020, she was living at that address on Cloverdale Street, that she was taking out the garbage. She noticed her neighbor, defendant Emmanuel Manning, standing on his porch. As soon as she drops off the can, she begins walking back to her grandmother's house where she lived. She indicated she was grabbed by the elbow, forced behind a bush, which Your Honor saw the demonstrative from defense that is a rather large bush. She indicated she was put behind that bush and that defendant Also, as she's walking in the driveway, pulls out a gun. She doesn't see it, she feels it. She hears the defendant say, "I'm going to shoot you if you do something." Or if you scream, or I can't recall exactly what she said, but she was threatened with that gun. She sees the gun as she's behind that bush. She says it's laying down on the ground next to the defendant. Defendant is on his knees, victim is on her back. He pulls off her pants. She's not wearing anything under the pants. He pulls down his pants. She actually hears the zipper is what she testified to. And she is subsequently penetrated by defendant's penis, and he was moving. It lasted about 2 minutes, Your Honor. She then heard grandma's voice, and that apparently, based on the testimony, spooked defendant, and he took off running with the gun back to his house. Judge, we have penetration, penis to vagina, we have felonious assault, the fact that he had the gun, she actually saw the gun when it was on the ground. She was threatened with that gun, Your Honor, and that felony firearm comes along with it. And I stand by no first charge.
Quick.
Your Honor, we object to the bind over, but understand that this is going to be a credibility issue.
Very much a question of fact. Court, after hearing the testimony of Justice Kenneth, is satisfied that the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaints in the matter. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Bound over to Lake County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be May 3rd, 2000. I'm sorry. April 26, 2024 at 9:00 a.m.
Thank you. Thank you. Does Mayor approach the board for DNA?
Yes.
Stand next to your time.
Calling case 2456551 for State of Michigan versus Stephen Bird Carson.
Will prosecute, Judge.
Who is my prosecutor?
Ms. Moynihan. Moynihan, Tina Moynihan.
Prosecutor. Calling case 2456551, people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Bird Carson. Defendant is charged in count 1, count 2, felony firearm, sex offense notice. Count 3, unlawful imprisonment. Count 4, weapons, felony firearm. Count 5, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 6, felony firearm, sex offense notice. Count 7, weapons, firearms, possession by a prohibited person. Count 8, felony firearm, sex offense notice. Count 9, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 10, felony firearm, sex offense notice. Count 11, domestic violence, sex offense notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tina Moynihan on behalf of the people, P8692.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, on behalf of Stephen Carson. Mr. Carson is trustee my lap.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Stephen Carson.
It is the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses?
Potentially 3, most likely only 2 though.
Do you have any preliminary matters before you call your witness?
Your Honor, I would move for mutual order of sequestration and with the exception that the officer in charge should be entered the courtroom. That would be Detective Kowalski, P8WLOWSKI.
Any objection to the OIC?
We ask that the OIC be treated as any other witness if he's going to be testifying
Is he
today.
testifying?
He is going to testify today, sir.
I'm going to take my word.
I can do that, Judge, relative time.
Okay. Call your witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we would be calling Detective Kowalski.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Witness box. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name and rank for the record, please?
Detective Edward Pulaski,
And how are you employed, sir?
of the Detroit Police Department,
How long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
just over 8 years.
And were you working within your capacity as a detective on or around March 30th of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you have the opportunity to come in contact with a Rachel Clark?
Yes,
Based on your conversation with Ms. Clark, did it need for you to do an investigation into anybody in particular?
yes.
Who was that individual?
Stephen Carson,
Did you end up making any kind of contact with Stephen Carson?
yes,
So if you saw him today, would you be able to recognize him?
yes,
Do you see him in court today?
yes.
If you could point to him and identify something that he's wearing for the record?
He's sitting, with the blue mask under his chin and a green top on a blue shirt over.
Your Honor, I would ask the record reflect the witness and identify the defendant.
So noted.
And are you what is considered the officer in charge of the investigation involving Stephen Carson?
Yes,
And what is it that the officer in charge does?
I will get the report on my desk. It's we call our operator in case I call that again later. I read over the report, I try to make contact with whoever's involved with it, take statements, identify a suspect, search warrants. I actually keep on my desk surveillance and do some work or two if I have time.
And so during the course of the investigation, did you end up partaking in a search warrant of 1750 Strathcona, STRATHCONA in the city of Detroit?
Yes, I was in the after the house was cleared.
Did you yourself do anything and recover during the search warrant?
Strathcona, I believe I made a couple of recoveries and I filled out the return after the fact.
Do you recall what, if anything, you recovered?
Not exactly what I remember what was recovered just now, which one was recovered by me.
Were other officers present with you?
Yes,
Okay, and so would those officers been the ones that may have recovered items from that location?
yes,
Did you also go to 14520 Whitcomb in the city of Detroit?
yes,
And were you there pursuant to a search warrant as well?
yes,
During that time, did you make any observations of the Whitcomb address that made you know?
yes.
What did you observe there?
When I was in there, I observed, with that being a prop gun upstairs, as well as a loaded rifle magazine in the same room. Also, found a bathroom, did step in there, but I could smell a strong odor of bleach coming from it. As well as, there was a little bit of blood spatter on a light switch at the top of the stairs going to the second level.
Based on your observations, what if anything did you do?
Evidence techs were called, I once got to the scene, I pointed out the things I saw and advised them the bathroom needed to be processed for DNA evidence.
Anything that would have been recovered would that have been done by the evidence technicians?
Yes,
Now, with regards to the prop gun that you observed, can you describe what that looked like?
I believe I described it as a Glock style. It seemed like it had not a fully extended mag, but there was a mag that extended past the actual handle.
And so would this have been like a handgun style, was it a rifle style, something different?
It was a handgun.
I don't think I have any further questions for Detective Wallace.
Cross examine.
Detective Paul. I'm sorry?
Good morning.
Good morning, afternoon.
Oh,
I know, the time flies.
I used to order the morning.
You were at both of the addresses, it sounds like, that, were searched, both the Strathcona address and also the Whitcomb address, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And also, as part of your duties as the OIC, you're kind of like a case manager, fair to say?
correct,
Like you collect the reports from various, agents that do, or officers that do various things, right?
Correct.
Like the DNA or the evidence tax and, the search warrant returns and that kind of thing.
yes,
Okay. And so are you aware of things that are sent out for testing as well? Do you authorize that?
yes,
Okay, so you said that there was, some stuff that was found in the bathroom at the Whitcomb house that was sent out for DNA testing, correct?
yes,
Okay. Did you actually go into the bathroom?
no, I did not go to that.
Okay. Did you yourself ever meet with Ms. Clark?
Yes,
When did you meet with her?
would have done the same morning as the rest of the day, April 1st.
Okay. Did you go to her house?
Yes,
Did you take pictures of her?
no, she provided me with pictures.
She gave you pictures that she had taken?
Yes,
Presumably. Okay. Did you collect yourself any camera footage from anywhere? Did you direct any of your officers to collect surveillance footage?
no, there was a preservation done on the house.
Okay. Did you yourself canvass the neighbors of the Whitcomb address?
When we were there, I seen, I looked around for me, additional cameras, so that actually,
Did you talk to any of the neighbors though?
I did not, it was something wrong in that one.
Okay. And you didn't ever go back to ask any of them anything?
I,
Okay, and you didn't direct anybody else to do that?
No.
Okay. You said that from the address, the Whitcomb address, that is actually where Mr. Person resided, correct?
yes,
And you recovered that from the upstairs?
yes,
There's like a film studio up there, correct?
correct,
So there's a lot of different props up there, fair to say?
yes,
Like fake money,
yes,
I think there was a fake vest, like police vest even.
yes.
And there was a lot of film equipment.
I saw some video, but I didn't see it filmed, but again, I don't film movies, so they could have been.
Fair. And then you said you did find a prop gun, like a handgun.
Yes,
Now prop guns, typically they have a little like red tip, right, to indicate that they're a prop gun.
correct,
And also, when you look at it, the barrel is very thin compared to a regular firearm, fair to say?
generally, yes,
And that's because they're not actually made to fire live ammo, right?
correct,
Okay.
Any redirection?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I would ask the detective to be able to text me, he's testifying.
Okay.
Thank you. And at this time, Your Honor, the people will be calling Rachel Clark.
Good afternoon. Please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Right there, give your name and spelling. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with the spots next to you. Voice of nice and loud, speak to that microphone until you left. Maybe give me ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record?
Rachel Clark.
And Ms. Clark, I'm gonna take you back to March 30th, 2024. Did you have the opportunity to go to the location of 14520 Whitcomb Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
Do you recall, what is at that location?
Ex's house.
And what is your ex's name?
Stephen.
And you know his last name?
Carson.
And how long had you known Stephen Carson?
We had met the year prior to. He and I exchanged phone numbers and it never went anywhere. Then he and I ended up running back into each other around December. And so we started talking and dealing with each other, so just a few months.
And during the time between December and March, were you in a dating relationship with Mr. Carson?
Yes, yes.
And do you see Mr. Carson in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and identify something that he is wearing for the record?
The green shirt and a mask.
Your Honor, I would ask that the record reflect that the witness is identified the defendant.
So moved.
Thank you. What was the nature of your relationship with Mr. Carson over the last month before March 30th?
Sexual, just daily. He was working on a house that I live next door to, so I would see him quite often if he was over there some days working on the house. And he and I would just, hang out while he was working, or he would be at our house, or sometimes I would go to him meetings.
Now, was this a always civil relationship between you and Mr. Carson?
Yes.
What time did you go over to Mr. Carson's residence?
I would say roughly around 2 something.
And was that in the morning or the afternoon?
Afternoon.
And so would this have been on March 30th that you arrived at the location, or would this have been prior to?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It was March 30th, yes.
And did something happen while you were at Mr. Carson's location that caused you to come to court today?
Yes.
How is it that you came to Mr. Carson's residence on March 30th?
I drove over there.
Had you had a conversation with Mr. Carson prior to your arrival?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
Prior to just making threats to one another, things of that nature. We had a phone call and I said, where? He said, well, I'm at home. I'm sitting in the driveway having a drink, and I said, I'm on my way over to town.
So now you indicated that there was threats going between you and Mr. Carson. Was this something that was normal of your relationship?
Yes.
And had there just been an argument between you and Mr. Carson that day?
Yeah, yes, back and forth.
Now, at the point that you had a conversation with Mr. Carson over the phone, when he was inquiring where your location was, had things seemed to have resolved?
not resolved, but I feel comfortable enough to go over. I think, you know what I mean? I didn't feel like things were resolved, but I was headed over.
Let me ask it this way then. Had the tension between you and Mr. Carson kind of fizzled for you or more on amicable terms?
Seemingly so, yes.
When you go to Mr. Carson's residence, do you pull in the driveway?
Yes.
What do you observe when you pull in the driveway?
He's in his truck back there, close to the, like the garage. He's sitting in his vehicle.
And so do you pull directly into the driveway?
Yep, I was, anytime that I went to his house, I would either pull in front of his house or in the driveway if he was back that far enough, which he was.
And so at this point, were the two front ends of each other's vehicles essentially facing each other?
Yes, just okay.
Now, when you observe Mr. Carson sitting in his truck, what do you do?
I sat there just for a minute. I had a piece of marijuana, so I put it out. And I got in the car.
What happens when you get into the vehicle with Mr. Carson?
I opened the door to the car, and I remember Steve taking a shot of liquor. After that, he put the gun to my head and told me that I was about to die today.
Told you what?
That I was about to die today. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
And were you able to see this gun fully?
Yes.
Can you describe what it looked like?
Black gun with a long clip on the bottom.
And when Mr. Carson pointed the gun at you, did it physically touch your body?
It touched my neck, the back of my neck to where it broke the skin on the back of my neck. I could feel the skin breaking on the back of my neck, well, right here.
And for the record, you're pointing to the rear left of your ear?
Yes.
And were you able to make any deductions as to, was this a gun made of metal?
Yes.
How is it that you were able to tell that it was made of metal?
It felt heavy enough. I've seen guns before. It wasn't a toy gun.
And so this appeared to be a real gun to you?
Yes.
Now, what happened after Mr. Carson tells you you're about to die today?
He takes my purse off of me, my keys, my cell phone, and he still got the gun pointed, but he gets out and walks around the car with it pointed now up the street, 2 doors down. One of my mom's best friends, they were standing outside in the driveway. So when he opened my car door, he put the gun there again, and I kind of looked up the street. He said, "Bitch, I don't care about them. I'll blow your head off right in front of you. Get your ass in the house." And he walked me in the house at gunpoint.
And so when you say you were walked into the house at gunpoint, where was the gun specifically?
To the back of my neck.
Was this in the same spot that had already been pointed to you in the vehicle?
Yes, it was.
Do you enter the home?
Yes.
When you enter the home, what happens?
When I enter the home, I see Steven's nephew and his son, because the living room is kind of close to the front door. I see them and I'm thinking to myself, if I try to walk in there with the kids, maybe he'll. So I go, "Hey boys," and he said, "Bitch," and that's the first time he hit me with a gun. He told me to get your ass the fuck up the stairs, excuse me.
I want to just take what you said and break it down just a little bit, just so I understand the order of what happened, okay? So when you enter the home, do you try to enter into the living room?
Yep.
Okay. What does Mr. Carson do when you try to enter into the living room?
He hit me in the back of the head with the gun and ordered me upstairs. It was really quick, like I didn't get fully into the living room with the children. I just tried to make my way in there really quick, to try to scurry in there to see if he would calm down if we were in front of the kids.
And you had indicated Mr. Carson had said something to you at the same time. What was he saying to you?
When I said something to the kids?
Yes.
He just said, "Bitch, get the fuck up the stairs."
Now, from the living room to the stairs, how far of a distance is that?
3 steps.
Now, did you go upstairs?
Yes.
What happens when you go upstairs?
He forced me upstairs, about halfway up the stairs. He said, "Get the fuck in the bathtub." And at this time, I'm just shaking, crying. Makes me get in the bathtub. He hits me with the gun again. When I get in the bathtub, he spit on me. He hops up a water spit. He starts spitting on me. He starts stomping on me. I don't.
You indicated that you were struck with the gun in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you struck with the gun at?
On the side of my face, my right side of my face.
And for the record, you're pointing to like your cheek area?
Yeah, right here.
And after what you described as you were being spit and stomped on, what happens next?
He set me up on the edge from the tub. And at this time, he's just yelling out a bunch of expletives, who you been with, what you been doing, and you should have left me alone, bitch, just a bunch of stuff. And just hitting me over and over again whenever he felt like that. I don't specifically, you know what I mean? I can't say, at 4:30 he hit me at this time. I don't know, but after that, a lot of the trauma with the gun was to the front of my head. He repeatedly poked the gun in this eye, both of my eyes, but a lot of the force was to this side because just the way I'm sitting, imagine me sitting on the edge of the bathtub, like this is the bathtub, the entry would be where the judge is to the bathroom. This is the toilet here, so a lot of the impact was here because he was, walking back and forth.
And so for the record, you're indicating that when you say here, it was to the right side of your face?
Yes.
And you indicated that you were struck multiple times with the gun. Do you recall how many times you were struck? More than less than 5?
More than 5.
If I were to go up to more or less than 15?
No more than 15.
So somewhere between 5 and 15 times you were struck with this gun. What happens next?
After that, I remember him calling his son. He's his son's name. His son, it didn't come at first. And he was screaming, "Max, bring me my phone, bring me my phone." A little boy gets upstairs. He brought him the phone. He went back downstairs. He gets on the phone with somebody.
Let me stop you there. You referred to heat twice. So who goes downstairs?
His son.
And then who gets on the phone?
The defendant.
What happens when Mr. Carson gets on the phone?
He calls his sister on the phone.
How do you know that he calls his sister?
Because when he got on the phone, he called her Tony, which she's known by a nickname. So that's how who he was on the phone with.
And was this a sister that you know as well?
I don't know her. I just know of her. I don't have a relationship or anything like that. I know of her.
Okay. And so what happened when Mr. Carson calls his sister?
He says, "Tony, remember when I told you I was gonna get this bitch over here and kill her?" And actually, now it's not on speakerphone, but you know how somebody's phone is so loud, you can kind of hear it, And she goes,
On the objectors here, it sounds like you're saying.
Don't tell us what his sister said, just what you observed, what you saw. When you observed Mr. Carson on the phone with his sister, what if anything do you do?
Nothing. I was laying in the bathtub still.
Does the phone call with Mr. Carson's sister end?
You said, does it end?
Yes. Does they ever get off?
Yeah, it was very brief.
And what happens next?
He gets on the phone and calls somebody else.
And do you know who Mr. Carson called next?
Absolutely no idea.
Do you hear Mr. Carson say anything to this individual?
Yes.
What does Mr. Carson say to this individual?
Bro, remember I told you I was gonna get this bitch and kill her? I got her over here today.
Now, does this phone call conversation end as well?
Yes, that phone call was a little bit longer. I don't know because I can't say what the other person was saying.
he took me by my hair and he said, now let my brother hear you crying, bitch. And I kind of looked up at the phone and I said, please, and he kind of ended the call.
When you say he, are you referring to Mr. Carson?
Yes, I am, I'm sorry.
Now, what happens after this phone call ends?
Just him, a lot of him walking back and forth, talking to himself. He was just, talking to himself, walking back and forth, in frustration.
Were you able to, was Mr. Carson speaking to where you could hear him?
Yes.
What was Mr. Carson saying at this point?
You gotta kill her, you gotta kill her. You gotta kill her, cause she gonna get you locked up anyway. She gonna get you locked up anyway. Just walking back and forth, having conversation with himself.
Do you know, was this a long period of time that he was walking back and forth, talking to himself?
It was on and off. It was on and off.
Now, you had mentioned earlier a statement of you don't remember when you lost consciousness. During the incident that you're describing, had you lost consciousness?
During this whole ordeal?
Yes.
Yes.
And was this a one-time thing?
It had to be at least twice. And when I say unconscious, I just remember just blacking out. You know what I mean? Like seeing the blacks of my eyes and then coming to,
Now, do you know, or have any way of knowing how long you had blacked out?
Maybe seconds, not for minutes at a time.
Now, do you recall when during the altercation that you were describing that you had lost consciousness?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Over the course of the incident that you described in the back, do you recall at which point you lost consciousness?
One time where I was sitting on the edge of the tub and he hit me. I remember falling over into the tub, and that was the one time, but like I said, I don't remember specifically when. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right, so I want to go back to when Mr. Carson is pacing back and forth, talking to himself. What happens next after that?
He started making me like beg for my life, promising that I wouldn't call the police, telling me that he would come and kill me and my daughter. And then it would go back and forth, like, periods where he felt like letting me out of the house, but then he would think a little bit and go, no, fuck this, I'm getting ready to leave your ass stinking, or I'm gonna cut your ass up and walk you out of here piece by piece. So it went back and forth.
Now, does anything happen next?
He stuck his fingers up my nose. He started jabbing his fingers up my nose until it bled. Then he called his son back upstairs, and made his son watch him beat me with the gun. He told his son, this is how you do stupid bitches. And he slapped me in front of his son and hit me repeatedly with the gun while I sat on the edge of the tub in front of his 8-year-old son.
And during all of this, what are you thinking?
I'm not gonna make it out this house.
Do you know for how long this incident took place? From like the time that you get to the house, moving forward?
It had to be at least 4 hours.
Now, the portion of the incident that you described where Mr. Carson's son comes back upstairs and observes a portion of the assault taking place, does anything happen next?
I remember his son leaving. I don't remember like exactly when he told his son to leave. I just remember him leaving. After that, he just started making me promise that I wasn't gonna call the police. He started saying, if you do anything to bring the police me and my family away, I'm gonna get out of jail and I'm gonna kill you. And I'm gonna start with that little pole, me and my daughter. He said, I'm gonna come off building and I'm gonna start with that little bitch and I'm gonna kill her right in front of you and I'm gonna leave both of you hoes stinking.
And what did you understand that?
That he at no point would stop until myself and my daughter was dead. Bottom line.
Now, does the physical altercation between you involving Mr. Carson
continue?
Not really. He was just roughing me up a little bit. At this time, it seemed like he had started to make some rationale with himself. He let me sit up on the edge of the tub. And he looked at me, he said, I'm gonna let you out, but you better not call the fucking police on me. At that time, I stood up. I looked in the mirror at my face and I started crying, and that's when he hit me with the gun again.
Now, after this, are you able to leave?
While I'm standing up looking at my face, he hit me with the gun again. He kind of cornered me on the side of the toilet, and that's when he took the gun and pressed it in my left eye so hard I couldn't see anything. He said, and I'll poke your fucking eye out with this bitch, I'll blow your head out. He just constantly kept just making threats.
Do you eventually get to walk out the door?
Eventually,
And how is it that you're able to leave?
begging for my life and promising him that no matter what happened in that house, I wasn't gonna tell nobody. I wasn't gonna go to the police, I wasn't gonna bring the police in or his family's way, just absolutely just nothing. I said what I had to say just to get out of the situation.
Now, are you able to walk out the door to your vehicle on your own?
No.
And what happens when you walk out to your vehicle?
Steven is walking me out that gun, he doesn't have it poked in my side or at my head or anything. He's just brandishing the gun at this point, letting me know, like, no slick moves or seriously. So I walk, he searches my car, said, you got anything in your car? I said, no, I don't have anything. I got in the car, said, can I close the door? He closed the door for me. I rolled the window down. I rolled the window down. He looked at me and he said, promise me you're not gonna call the police. And I said, I promise you. I'm not gonna call the police.
Now, since March 30th, did you have to go to receive medical treatment?
Yes.
How is it that you came to go get medical treatment?
Because I couldn't see out of my right eye.
And when you indicate that you couldn't see out of your right eye, what were you experiencing?
Black spots, flashes of light. Even when I lay down to go to sleep, just a lot of flashes, a lot of, black spots, constant headaches, things of that nature.
And since the incident, have you had any other symptoms that you've experienced?
Yeah, just like I said, just the headaches, both of my eyes have just been severely traumatized. Just a lot of trauma to my face. I don't know if you have my medical records, but just tissue damage in my jawline, and I'm just gonna have to go get further medical treatment for my eye.
I don't think I have any further questions right now, guys.
Before you do cross-examine, Ms. Diallo, what can I do for you?
I'm just here to watch, to see you.
Okay.
I just like watching.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Quick.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark.
Good afternoon.
I have some questions for you as well. If you don't understand, if the question is confusing to you, you just let me know so I can ask it another way. Sure. Okay. So it sounds like you would agree that your relationship with Steven was toxic.
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of from the beginning, fair to say?
Yes.
Now you said that you started dating, talking to Steven in December, but it didn't actually kind of start in like October though?
You said that it started in October?
Right, where you kind of reconnected with them again?
Maybe it was October.
Okay. But fair to say that over the course of the time from when you started until March of 2024, you kind of broke up, got back together many times?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you reconnected with him because you were doing work on the house. He was doing work on the house that's next door to where you live.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's on Fielding?
Yes.
Okay. He also did work producing films, right?
Right.
And that's something that your initial meeting, that's what you learned about him,
Yes.
right? And you had talked about being in one of his films and it just never kind of went anywhere, right?
No, we didn't talk about anything in one of his films. He sent me a text message and asked if I had ever been in movies and to send him a picture. And then I blocked him because I thought that was kind of weird. And then we ended up reconnecting this year.
Okay. Fair to say that during the course of your relationship, his work producing was taking up a lot of his time. He focused a lot on that, right? I think he had a premiere that was coming out in January, so right after, or not long after y'all started dating, right? Okay. Would you say that he prioritized his work kind of over everything?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. Would you say that he prioritized his work over kind of everything?
Seemingly so, sometimes.
Even you?
Even
prioritized over you?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sometimes he would make it clear that, you know, I can't hang out today because I'm working, I got a lot of stuff to do, or, yeah, sometimes.
Does that frustrate you?
No.
After a while?
I mean, you know, sometimes if I wanted to hang out, it would frustrate me to the point where I was just like, you know, but yeah, I'm like, oh, come on, I want to, you know, yeah.
And that would kind of be a cause of some of the arguments that y'all would have eventually, right?
Sometimes.
Now you said that you blocked him initially because of the text message, right?
Yes.
But over the course of your relationship, Stephen will block you many times too, right?
Back and forth.
And that would annoy you?
Sometimes.
You would try to contact him from a restricted number, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes over and over and over again?
Yes.
And then eventually he would kind of respond to you and you would start talking again.
Yep.
And that's kind of a pattern that repeated itself.
Yes, ma'am.
Now the relationship was also toxic because you and he would threaten each other too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have made threats to him.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
You even made a threat to kill his kids.
No.
No. Your testimony said that never happened?
That never happened. I never directly threatened to kill his children.
Directly?
No, I made a statement, I made a statement one day when we were going back and forth and I said, I don't give a fuck who is in their house, I'll shoot the whole house up. Those were my exact words.
And you were referring to his house?
Yes.
Where his son lives?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have made threats against his sister's employment?
No.
You never talked about trying to get her job in trouble?
Absolutely not.
You were telling Stephen that you had an uncle who was in law enforcement?
Yep, I lied because we were going back and forth one day and I was trying to get him like off my trail and kind of scare him a little bit.
I think you were kind of insinuating to him that this uncle could get you access to information about him, right?
Right, right.
Information that you could use against him, against Stephen.
Right, because he knew a lot of information about me, so I was just trying to, even off the playing field, we were going back and forth.
Now, this altercation that you described happened on the 30th. Actually was the result of a fight that kind of started, or an argument that started back on like the 21st, almost like a week earlier, fair to say?
Yes.
That you all kind of had another one of those breakdowns in communication, right? And Stephen blocked you?
Yes, because, well, I have an iPhone and I put my phone on what's called Do Not Disturb. Stephen had repeatedly tried to call me, so he thought he was blocked, causing him to block me. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Sure. And you stayed blocked on his phone for days.
Yep.
Longer this time than even what's normal.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you started calling him from a restricted number. And then even on the 30th of March, he still had you blocked. So the conversations that you had with him that morning on the phone were from a restricted number.
Yes.
Eventually he answered knowing it was you.
Yes.
And you spoke.
Yes, we did.
And you were arguing on the phone at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
And he said he was over somewhere by Myers Road, I think is what he told you.
I think he said, I'm at Home Depot right now.
Okay, he wasn't at home.
No.
Had you been to his house already that day?
Yes, once.
You were checking on him, right?
I pulled up and I texted him and let me know that I was there. When I talked to him on the phone, he said, I'm not even there. at Home Depot or something like that. And so I pulled off and went back home for a minute.
You thought he had somebody else over there?
Yeah, I was talking, but his car wasn't there, so I, he wasn't, so yeah, I was pulling back before saying it.
And so while y'all are arguing, you eventually hung up the phone on him.
Yep.
And he tries calling you back.
I don't remember.
At some point, you just tell him that you're just coming over to his house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last time that I talked to him on the phone, and he was in agreement with that.
He didn't invite you, correct?
He did not.
You just said, I'm almost to your house, I'll be there, we can have this conversation then.
He said, I'm sitting in the driveway having a shot pull up, and I said, you know, he said, yeah.
But you were already almost there, to his house.
I don't know if I was still at home at that point, because we don't live that far from each other, 10 minutes up the road, so I don't know, if I had already left my house, but I was probably in route.
Okay. You said when you got there, you put out a marijuana cigarette.
Yes, it looked like a roach looking joint.
You've been smoking before you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It was about, you said 2 in the afternoon when you got to the house.
Around that time. I don't know if it was,
give or take.
roughly, yeah.
Sure. It was daylight.
I remember because I was taking my daughter to drop her off to go to a birthday party with a friend. And I remember specifically the friend saying, you gotta be here at least by 2 because we're leaving to go do whatever they do.
Okay.
So yeah, I remember just that time frame.
But it was daylight. Okay. And so when you pull up in Stephen's driveway, you said that his house is about 2 doors down from a family friend of yours?
My mom's high school best friend.
And you saw her actually out in the front yard?
I didn't see her specifically. She had family members, just out, fraternizing in the driveway. I didn't specifically see who they were, but it was several people, up to 4 or 5 people just out doing whatever they were doing.
Did you wave to them?
No.
Okay. Your car would have been visible though from their driveway?
Mm-hmm.
There's no.
So yes?
Yes, yes.
And are you a CPO holder?
Now I am.
Now you are, but you weren't on the 30th.
No, since this incident, I have become one.
Okay. But you had guns before the 30th.
Did I have guns before then? No.
No, you didn't have a 45?
No.
Or a 40?
No.
Or a 380?
No.
No. You didn't drive around with one in your car?
No.
Or carry one in your belt bag?
No.
No. Okay. So you said that when you pull up, you sit there in your car for a minute and then you get into the SUV with Stephen.
Yep.
He's in the driver's seat?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And it's facing the street?
Yes. So our cars are facing like this.
And it's visible to passersby?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys start talking?
No, there was not a long conversation.
You're just sitting there with the gun to your neck?
When I got in the car, he's sitting there, the music, it's not like blasted, but the radio is on, I don't remember if the key is on or off, I don't know. He's got a drink, he takes a shot, and he pulls his gun out and just puts it right here.
You were in that car with him for more than 30 minutes, fair to say?
No.
No? How long would you say you were in that car?
About 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
About 2 minutes.
Okay. At some point, you asked Stephen if you could go inside and use the bathroom.
No.
No, you don't remember that? No. Okay. You didn't say that you had to go so bad you didn't want to go in your pants?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you're saying it's your testimony that he forced you into his house?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And he is walking from his car to his front door with you?
He walked in. His car is parked like this, he walked out of the driver's side. So because our cars are not touching, there's enough room, so you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So he walks out the driveway, he still got the gun, he walks out, walks onto my side, opens the door. He's got all my stuff in his hand, he's got the gun. And yeah, he opens the door.
So he's got all of your stuff in which hand?
I just know that he's right-handed and he told me to look right-handed, so.
So in his left hand, he has your wallet?
No, I usually wear what's called like a little crossbody, it's very light, I only have a wallet in there, nothing else in there. I don't know if he put my keys and phone in his, pocket, but I did visibly see him still holding out your personal information.
Okay.
I don't know what he did with the keys and stuff like that.
And where is he holding the gun as you're walking towards the house with him?
Right here.
The back of your neck?
Yes.
Okay. And this is again in broad daylight,
Yes, ma'am.
and your mom's best friend is 2 doors down outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't wave at them at that point?
No, I just tried to like look at them, you know, to just trying to hope that I would lock eyes with somebody. To, you know, maybe if they saw it and they would say something, that I couldn't make eyes, and just like, you know, lay the fucking head up right in front of me, look down.
When you were in the SUV, was the windows up?
Yep, they were all up.
Was there any shouting?
Like between
Either of you?
No.
No. It was very calm?
Well, when he said it, he didn't like scream it, like, you know, he just was like, bitch, you finna die to me. My head just knocked into the window, and I was like, Steve, what the fuck? That was my exact first initial words on my mom.
Now, this house on Whitcomb, you've been to that house many times before, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're actually familiar with the studio that he has in the upstairs. And you've been there, you've sat up there before, you've seen his different props. You've looked at them, held them. Props for his movies, like a prop gun that he has. Yeah. And there's a bathroom upstairs, right? And it's right, is it right next to the studio?
Just a few steps.
Okay, like we're just right outside the door, right? Okay. Is that the bathroom that you went into with him on the 30th? Okay. Now, this prop gun that he's had, you've held it before, correct?
Yes, I've seen it before, yes, I've seen, he's got another room upstairs where all of his movie props are, so I've seen a bunch of stuff, just hanging out with him, he showed me a bunch of cool stuff, you know.
Look like the same gun that you're saying he had in his hand on the 30th?
No.
No, okay. Describe the gun that he had on the 30th.
Black gun, really long, I don't know the caliber or what kind of gun it was.
And I'm sorry, you had your hands up, but I couldn't register. Sure.
It was about this long.
Okay, the clip was about like 8 inches? 6 and 8 inches? And then what about the barrel? How long was the barrel? How long was the word?
Not that big, I mean, the gun itself is about this big.
Okay, so again, like maybe 6 inches.
Yeah.
Awesome. I think your testimony today is that, Stephen, while you're in the bathroom, you were in the bathtub the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, the whole time that he would allow me to, if I let him know that I had to throw up, due to him stumping on me so hard. If I let him know that I had to throw up, he would let me sit up and, you know, throw up, like, you know, when he jabbed his fingers at my nose and it started bleeding profusely. He was nice enough to hold my hair, pull me on my hair, put my head over in the toilet so that I could bleed in the toilet. So on and off, I was between inside the bathtub and just sitting on the edge of the tub, and he would let me.
Now the toilet is literally right next to the bathtub.
Directly, I mean, if I'm sitting on the edge of the tub, my kneecaps would darn near touch the toilet, that's how tight it was the space, you know what I mean?
Now, were you bleeding out of your nose or out of your face that whole time while you're going back and forth between the toilet and the bathtub?
My nose eventually stopped bleeding, and then I was just like dry heaving blood in the toilet from like throwing up and stuff, but no, I was not just bleeding the entire time.
Okay. I believe you did tell the police that you were bleeding from the face.
Yes.
Okay, that was your testimony, I think, earlier.
Yes.
Okay. You had multiple cuts on your face?
Just abrasions I had, just, the skin was broke back here, like I said, it was cut back there. The skin up under my neck where he was putting the gun, the skin was broke up under here.
Just for the record, she's pointing to the, underneath your chin. So kind of working down your chin.
The skin was broke there, but, other than that, it was just a lot of facial swelling, like my eyes and swollen, and just not a lot of facial swelling.
Okay, so you weren't bleeding then, really?
What do you mean by bleeding?
Well, that's,
Bleeding?
you had a cut, you said, on the side of your neck and one underneath your chin. So nothing on your face.
I was bleeding when he poked his fingers up.
Out of your nose?
Yes.
Okay. And you said he kicked you in the stomach?
He stomped on me, he didn't kick me, he stomped on me while I was in a fetal position in the bathtub.
And you said you were there at least 4 hours?
Yeah, it had to be that long because when he did let me out of the house, the first thing that I remember was the clock, and I think it was like 6:16, I wanna say, something like that.
Okay.
Is that PM or AM?
PM.
Now, when you were there, I just want to ask you a little bit about what you were wearing. You had a shirt on?
Yes.
Like a long sleeve shirt or?
I had on a t-shirt and then I had a black hoodie on over that. I always usually wear a baseball cap, so I had on my baseball cap and I had on a black pair of leggings and I had on a pair of blue and white Nike gym shoes.
Okay. And all that clothing stayed on the entire time that you were there?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Get blood on it?
I don't know.
You didn't turn it over to the police?
No, they didn't ask for it. I just know. I did have it on when I went to the police station.
Okay. You were still wearing it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about when you went to the police station. That was not on the 30th, right?
Yes, it was the very same day.
Very same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Which precinct did you go to?
The 8th precinct on the house.
What time was that?
I do not know.
Stephen actually lives about 3 minutes away from the 2nd precinct, right? But you didn't go there?
No, because I didn't feel safe. In that moment, it was just to put my foot on the gas and get out of there. And my initial thought was home safety, just get to where I can be safe. I didn't want to even be in the area.
You went home before you went to the police station, right?
Yeah, because I was scared for my life. I was so scared. Stephen had made it very clear that no matter what, I'm gonna be dead. And I still feel like that to this day. I can't even sleep. It's literally that bad.
How long were you at home before you drove to the police station?
20 minutes.
Now, you mentioned something about medical records. Did you go to the doctor? Go to the hospital?
Yes.
When?
Not that day.
When did you go?
A few days after that, when I went to the police station, they called the medics for me because I was in such bad shape. So the cop called the medics for me, they assessed me there. He asked me then if I wanted to go to the hospital, and I declined because I didn't have anybody to pick up my brother. On top of that, I don't have any medical insurance. So at the time, they just kind of gave me a once over. He said, you look okay, so if you need any further medical treatment, then go to the doctor.
And then you said you did go, how long after?
I believe it had to be, I don't know, maybe 4 days after that. Because I started to feel worse.
And did you turn those records over?
I gave the prosecutor access to, if you guys need to.
No, just 1 second. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
You redirect?
Just one question.
Ms. Clark, you were asked the question by defense counsel if you've seen the prop guns that Mr. Carson had with him. Remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And have you ever held one of those prop guns? Like, did you ever, hey, check this out, and just kind of have you hold it?
Playing around with it, but none of them looked like the one that was used to assault me. They were just, all the prop guns are kind of like fake AKs and SKs or whatever they are, I don't know. But yeah, they're just fake, like, guns with the two handles on them and that you see like in gangster movies or something. None of them look like the one that was used.
Now, when you were struck by the gun that Mr. Carson had in his possession, did it feel like it had weight to it?
Absolutely.
No further questions, sir.
Did you take any pictures of your injuries? Or you want to take any pictures of your injuries? Who took pictures?
And the police, well, I was on video with the police, he said, when you look at him, take some pictures, so he took out the camera and they took him at the police station. I took some as I was leaving his house in the days after because, stuff just started to like look worse and get a lot worse.
You said you were in this house from 2 p.m. to about 6:16?
Yes, sir.
Any questions based on
No, Your Honor, thank you. Just one to clarify. You said that there was an officer that took video of you. Was that at the H precinct where you went first? Okay, and was that officer a male or female?
It was a male. There were two males when sitting at the desk who took my report and the officer that sits like at the door.
Do you remember the name by chance?
I do not.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lisa. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, Your Honor, we have no further witnesses with the bind over charge.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No witnesses, Judge.
As the bond over the court. That's the bind over, Ms. Wood.
Your Honor, we object to the bind over. I'll go count by count. Count one is the torture, and I'm going to argue, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that the injuries alleged rise to what is described in Michigan Jury Instruction 17.36 that requires at the time that defendant had physical custody over a complaining witness that he intentionally caused great bodily injury and or severe mental pain or suffering. And this is actually defined in the jury instruction what great bodily injury is, and is defined as serious impairment of bodily function, loss of limb, loss or substantial impairment of bodily function, serious visible disfigurement, comatose state for 3+ days, measurable brain mental impairment, bone fracture, loss of organ, internal injury, poisoning, serious burn, scalding, multiple punctures. Don't have any of that here. The court was able to see Ms. Clark. She had no visible scarring on her face. She testified that she's having some trouble with her eyes, but she did not say that she's got serious disfigurement or loss.
I thought she said she lost vision.
She did not say that she lost vision permanently, Your Honor.
It didn't have to be permanent, does it?
It says serious impairment, loss, or substantial impairment. If she's sitting there, she's
I can't see
not.
my eye. That's not the serious impairment to you?
I don't believe that it rises to the level of what is included in this definition, Your Honor. The other problem with that is that if it's severe mental pain or suffering, it means a substantial change in the mental functioning that can be perceived by another person caused by the defendant. And then there's a list of the following ways. But I think that it's important that it is noted that it's a substantial change that is perceived by another person. Shouldn't testify to anything that would kind of go to that or give this court probable cause to find over on anything related to severe mental pain or suffering. She said she doesn't leave the house. She doesn't say that she is seeking therapy or that she's in counseling, anything of that nature. With regard to with regard to counts 3 and 5, I'm going to object to those, but I believe that there's issues of credibility, and so we'll object to those for the record. With regards to counts 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, I believe those are all the felony firearm charges. No gun was recovered from Mr. Carson. He had a prop gun that, by the officer's testimony, is not fireable, may not be used true fire-live ammunition, does not meet the definition of a firearm, felony firearm statute.
She also said that wasn't the item that was used, that wasn't the object that was used.
Although the description she gave matched the description of what the officer in charge described as the gun that he found. So I would suggest that, with regard to that, that's not credible, Your Honor.
Why wouldn't that be a question of fact to be determined by a trial?
Well, I don't think that it rises to even to the level of probable cause, since that's the only thing that was recovered. And so that we would ask the court to not credit that testimony with regard to the gun.
With regards to the torture, I do think that her impairment of vision does rise to the level as outlined in the jury instruction for impairment of the sorry, because I lost my train of thought. Loss or substantial impairment of bodily function, and we need our vision to be able to see. She's indicated that she was having spots and blackouts in her eye that she couldn't see, which caused her to go to the hospital. I think under the mental anguish portion, I think that there still was some testimony from the complainant pointing in that direction for at least probable cause. The complainant indicated that she's still afraid to this day and that she cannot sleep. There's also testimony that she had to promise that she wasn't going to go to the police and that her daughter's life had been threatened and her life had been threatened. And that to this day she is still in fear. I think that does rise to a change in mental state as partaken from the actions of the defendant. So I do believe that's been met by probable cause. With regards to the felony firearm charges, just because a firearm was not recovered doesn't mean that he wasn't in possession of a firearm. The complainant testified that she had seen the prop guns before. The ones that she had seen before didn't look like the one that Mr. Carson was in possession of at the time, that the gun that she was struck with was heavier, it appeared to be made out of metal, and that it would appear to her from her experience a real gun, and that she believed it to be so. So I would ask that the court find over on all counts.
Can I ask why you didn't admit any pictures? Medical records?
I do not have medical records. I do not have videos of.
What about pictures?
I thought her testimony was not there. I honestly didn't put them out.
Said pictures worth how many words? I'm not trying to tell you how to do your case, but I'm just curious why you wouldn't. She talks about these extensive injuries that she had, and the police thought enough about them allegedly to take pictures because she looked so bad. And one of the charges here is torture. And although this witness testified that she was held captive by this defendant for approximately 4 hours while she was being beaten, and that he had the audacity to call his 10-year-old child to come into the room and watch this beating. I think the key component that both of you have missed as it relates to the torture is did with the intent to cause cruel and extreme physical, mental pain and suffering or inflict great bodily injury or severe mental pain. What's the key component that you're missing is his intent. Not necessarily that he had to do those things, but what was his intent? His intent in calling this 10-year-old to watch him beat this woman and tell his 10-year-old child, this is how you, whatever the words, in fact, I don't even care to use those words, but this is how you do it. This is how you treat this woman in front of the 10-year-old child. What was his intent? So we determine what a person's intent is by the actions that they take during, before, and after the alleged assault. I think you have met the elements of torture, not only the physical torture, but the extreme mental suffering that was inflicted upon her as well. Because there was an intent to cause cruel or extreme physical or mental pain, that he's beating this woman allegedly in the face and in the head with a gun. So much to the point to where she actually loses vision in one of her eyes. And then call a 10-year-old to watch the beating and tell the 10-year-old this is how you do it. A 10-year-old that she's familiar with, that she knows who he is. The embarrassment, the demeaning actions that were taken. As it relates to the felony firearms, she expresses to the court that she knows or has some familiarity with the prop guns that are in this location. And that what she was assaulted with was not a prop gun, that this gun was heavier, that it was nothing like, in her words, it was nothing like the prop guns that were used at that location. And couple that with the alleged words that were spoken over and over again about how he's going to kill her. You don't kill somebody with a prop. There was most certainly torture, count 1, felony firearm, count 2. The unlawful imprisonment, count 3, count 4, felony firearm, count 5, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. I submit to you being struck in the head over and over again with a weapon will constitute an assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder. I haven't heard any evidence or seen any evidence that this defendant was in possession of a firearm by a prohibited person. So it was dismissed count 7 for insufficient evidence, along with the corresponding felony firearm. Is that count 8?
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 8 will be dismissed for insufficient evidence. Assault with a dangerous weapon. Are those charged in the alternative? I think you have assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then that's charged in the alternative. Okay. That'll be bound over on as well as count 10, the accompanying felony firearm, and the domestic violence is the misdemeanor. That's a no-brainer. So the court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit, the court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed them will bind the defendant over to Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be April 26, 2024 at 9:05 a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, counts 7 and 8 will be dismissed for insufficient evidence and dismissed as testimony.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. Not yet. Not till she come out that camera. Oh, okay.
Maybe a handle, right?
All of
See if we can sign off. So like, thank you.
So there's a step forward on this. Oh, so this is. Charles.
It's not. I do actually recently. I guess it was like the charge kind of got me for that. This is like, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes.
The sign order. The dismissal for count 7 and 8.
Oh. Those child support.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome, I love when that happens.
Did somebody give you an order? Did I sign it yet?
No, Judge Edwards had already signed. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's your side charge. I don't know if that has to do or not.
Okay.
Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. Well, folks, that concludes the docket for today. Hope to see you in the same class station, same class. Have a good weekend. Okay.
She had a great circle. She had a really circle. 3 days, I'm not here. But I finally get to use some of my time. You want me to leave here with
Your time, you would
2,000?
never be here.
You want me to leave here with 2,000 hours of time?
No. Unless they give you money for it.
No, they're not gonna give me. That's the only thing, 'cause otherwise I sure would.
Yeah.
I'll be here every day.
We are.
How you doing?
Well, that's something for an 8-year-old boy to see.
Yeah, come on, man. Your attendance to the quick torture.
And I was just down there, there's 2,000 meters and one steps. Okay, 240565. It's a two indication. Yates is the last name. And I'm gonna use 2405635801. You filled out your part
What part?
for the men.
Oh,
Yeah, if you do your part, when I do mine, I can call.
well, I can wait. It's no problem.
Let's see. Judge King. All right. Fine.
I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
That's your print.